Hello guys, hello and welcome back to another stream. My name's Mike, aka Decimal Punked, and today we are in Unity again, and the version we're using is 2022.3.26 F1. So last night's stream and the stream before that, we were doing the UI. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to show you what we've got working at the moment. Really happy with it. So I'm just going to turn down that music in the background. So got the controls set up. We have the settings. So when the user drags this, they get feedback. They can choose the drop down for resolution and all the rest of it. So there's quite a lot of options there. So that's all done. Quit obviously quits the game. New game takes us straight into the game. Need to look into that stuttering with the camera. I'm guessing you guys can see it's really weird. I don't know what's causing that. But yeah, we've got some great progress done at the moment. It's that stutter is really annoying. And boom. So basically what I want to do today, guys, is I basically want to do the win game and lose game UI. So essentially, if I just go into the main level, which is just called level 1, there's our level. Right, so at the moment, what's happening with our HUD, the timer is, it's basically getting the time. That's how we're doing the time. Now, the end screen basically needs to display the time taken and the best time. Now, I have one issue at the moment where if I show you, that might be easier. Right, so you notice when we do, sorry, someone's posting shit through my door. Right, so new game. Basically, this main menu scene will be the very first scene that opens when the game starts. The game's paused at this point. When the player clicks new game, the clock starts. Now, because we played from the main level, it's already started the clock. So you notice at the moment the time is 15. If I go main menu, that time's still going to be there. 15:13. If I click new game, it's going to have the same time. See? So basically, that's to do with the time in frames, the delta time. And essentially, we need to kind of change that timer. And I feel like I need to do this before I do the end screen, because for the end screen we want to display the time taken and the score, and then we also want to show the best time that the player beat the game in, and that's all going to be done on variables. So we're going to have like a saved variable, which is the high score essentially. So what I need to do to fix that issue with starting the game and then going back to the main menu and clicking new game, that time needs to be reset, and it can't be the same time as before. So I need to set that time. So if I go on to, I just need to check where I feel like it should be in the game controller I've got. And I feel like it should be a variable. So if I just go into the time, if I can get this set up first, then I can jump straight into the end screen. There's no point in me doing that now when I haven't got the time correctly working. I mean, it is working, but it doesn't reset when we click new game from playing the game already. So it's kind of like a bug fix, as well as setting up the components for the win screen that we're going to be doing. So I'm going to create a scene variable, so it's accessible by everything, and we're going to call this I'm just going to call this player time, and this is, press enter, and this is going to be a float. Okay, so save that. Have a sip of my coffee. Okay, so okay, right, I've got an idea. I think what we need to do, just trying to think how to do this. At the moment, we've got the time plugged into there. So if I can just get the time and plug that, have a separate code for game start, I can plug the get time into the player time variable and just add it to that. And then in this section for the time UI, we can just, instead of getting the time, we can get the player time float. I'm just trying to think the best way to do this. Yeah, okay, let's just give it a go. The time's that's already there. I'm not going to be messing with this massively. So we'll go into the game controller, because at the start of the game, this is, yeah, it's right there. Okay, so if I just move this down, so on start, game controller, we're going to get the player time, so at the moment that's 0. Okay, I know what to do. Right, so on game start, get the player time, set the player time. We don't even need to get that because we're just setting it as 0. So what this is doing, every time we go to start the game, it should have that set to, basically reset that to 0. So we set that to 0, and then straight after that node, we're going to, no, hold on a minute. Set the value of the player time to 0 on game start. And then it's like you don't want to call the delta time, because we know that from clicking new game, playing the game, going back to the main menu, it remains how much is there. If we were to click new game, we don't then want to add all of that delta time that's passed. That won't work. So it's kind of like we need to create time. What does that do? Alright, give me a second. If we're getting the delta time, say that the delta time is 30 seconds past, that have passed in game time. It's like we need to know at what point of the game set the player time 0. You need to add the time to the player time, but you need to make sure that it's not adding the whole time that's passed. What is the best way to do that? I feel like this needs to be on event tick as well. Right. On update. No, we don't want to do that. No, sorry, that was right. That bit needs to stay in there. That was correct. On on game start set the player time to 0. This is really confusing me because the delta time that's passed, we need to get the time. Ah, interesting. The time in seconds since the last non-additive scene finished loading. Instead of... That's since the start of application. The time in seconds since the last non-additive scene... Now that's interesting. I've not used that one before. I've always used get time. Interesting. Okay. So on update, get the time and then add right, so add those two together. Right. Okay, so what we're doing is at the start of the game, we're setting the basically setting the player's time to 0. We're resetting that, and then on tick, we are getting the time since the level last loaded. And technically, do I even need to amend this? Because if I was to plug... It is like we need to... Because at the moment, this isn't going to be any good. Because when we go into the win game state, the UI, we need to get the variable for the player's time. And that's not going to work because, well, it's not like an accessible variable. It's just like system data. So I think we are right in this. So right, this is going to be interesting if this works. I forgot what screen I was in. Game controller. Right, so at the start of the game, we set the player's time to 0, so it's reset each time. On tick, we are getting the time since the level was last loaded, and we are adding that to the player time float, and then we're setting that float to that time. So if I go into my code for the timer, if I just temporarily unplug this, so it needs to go into A and A. I hope this works. I'm a little bit excited and nervous at the same time. I hope this works. Please work. Oh. Holy shit. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so... Right, okay. Okay, so let's look at the code there. So we're getting the... Right. I'll tell you what, let's just do a debug. And this is going to show a message at the bottom left of our screen. So just to see that this is correctly working, and then we can try and figure out, okay, how do we get it to correctly display on the HUD? Alright, so if I just click play, and if I watch the bottom left, right, so now if I... Interesting. Okay, so that's not paused the game. But that's working, that's correctly what that's doing. You can see that's correctly resetting each time we do the game. So, okay, that's one kind of progress. Okay, so what we're going to have to do... Oh my god, this is really... There's a lot of stuff going through my head with how to do this. So basically, at the game start, it's going to do... Every time the first time the game's loaded, the player clicks new game. That's going to work great. The only problem is, it's when we go back to the main menu, whilst we've not closed the game, and then if we click new game, it's at that point we need to set the variable. So why is that not... Why is this not displaying correctly? Because I'm getting the time. And that is a float. Oh, this is quite annoying. Let's have a look at our other options here. There is a lot. There is a lot of different things here. Hmm. Um. Hmm. I'm going to try something different here. I just don't know why that's not. Just bear with me, guys. There's a lot of stuff going through my head at the minute. I've got an idea. I think you can see the amount the float is adding up on the left. Console. Right. Let's do concat. Okay, right. Right, so what that should do, that should display the player time. So that should now say player time. Why is that not? Oh. Doesn't like that. No, it does need to be that. So why is it not liking that when I plug that in there? Why am I getting an error message? What a pain in the arse. Let's just plug that in there. Hold on. Object, right, object. Okay, got you. Okay, let's try that. So if I plug that in there, I'm wondering if it will now show player time. Proceeding. Are you serious, dude? Right, okay, so if I now get time, right, so now what we should do is the player time is going to be red, the game time is going to be white. So let's just see if those... Right, so why is that? I'm wondering, guys. I am wondering something here. What I'm noticing is the time here. Right. So I think going by the log here, the red one is for the player time, the white one is for the game time. You can see the difference in the floats there. They are both decimal. But what's happening, I think we need to do the maths there to... right, okay, let's... I'm just wondering if I copied this code here... Oh, this is giving me... Come on, Mike. You got this. We need to get this done so we can do the end screen. I can't do the end screen until this time. Because this is also a bug fix in itself. We need to know... I'll tell you what. Let's just do something here, just for amusement. Just for amusement. Just for amusement, and we'll see if this works. Let me unplug that. If I just get the time and set... Thanks for the spam view, Fiber. Let's just see if that works. So what we're doing there, the float is getting the time, right? Let's just see if that works. So we're saying on update in the timer of the HUD, get the time and set that as the player time, and then let's just see if that displays it correctly. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, I love that music. It's so cool. Okay. Right, very interestingly, this is doing the job. We're setting the variable of the player time to the time. We're then displaying the player time in there. If I was to remove that and put time in there, like this time is a float and this variable is a float. So it's literally doing what it needs to do. Now, that is correctly displaying, right? Right, so the next thing we need to do, if I come out of there, go into the game controller, what we're going to have to do, I just need to think this through in my head, we're going to need... Right, so we have the player time. We're going to have to have something that does a one time, adds the time. It basically, on game start, it captures the start time. Okay, so basically from the point the player clicks start, or from when they oh god, no, hold on. Oh man. giving me such a headache. Not an actual headache, it's just trying to get your head around it. That's displaying that, so the problem is get the time. Okay, so set the player's time to whatever the time is. Okay, so that is doing that. That's what's being displayed. So then could we have another variable that is the one that gets displayed? And then we could do some maths to deduct oh, what would we call the variable though? What would we call it? So we've got the player time. Would we call it attempt time or run time? Because oh god, this is so annoying. Okay, I think I've got it. It's basically there's different variables. This is problem solving, guys. This is just getting your head around it. We've got the variable. We've set a player time variable. If I rename that to game time, okay, think Mike, think. Right, so what we don't want to display that one because the game time is basically what the game time is doing. That's displaying the time from the moment the application starts. Yeah, up here. But we don't want to get that. We want to, I mean we do want it, but I'm just wondering why the other, out of curiosity, and you know what they say about curiosity, it killed the cat. Let's just, for a giggle, since level load. Let's just plug that in and see if that actually. It's probably not. What? $12.93. What? What is going on? Bro. What is going on right now? Dude. 2028. What? Oh my god, it's working. What is going on? No way. I've literally fixed the problem with going to the main menu and clicking new game. Bro. Dude. $18. Dude, I've just fixed the time problem. Bro. What is going on? Two, 3, 4, 5. Oh, look at that on the dot. Dude! I have sorted the problem. Every time we do it, we're getting a new time. Fantastic. Oh, that feels amazing. Oh, dude. Yes. Yes. Progress. Okay, excellent. So the time is not directly plugged into the modular and divide. And the maths here. We are saying at the start of the game, when the HUD's drawn, you know, we're setting the scene variable of the game time to the time since the level was last loaded. So every time the player maybe redoes the level or goes back to the main menu, clicks new game, they get a correct time and not the entire delta time since the program started. That's fantastic. I have fixed that. So, okay, so the fix for that, I just need to jot this down. In the HUD timer code, replaced get time with get time since level loaded, which now sets a fresh game time each. Right, so in the HUD timer code, replaced get time with get time since level loaded. Since level load, which now sets a fresh game time each time the player clicks new game and transitions between menus. I have done a bug fix there, guys. That is a bug fix. I wouldn't say it's a bug fix. It's not a bug as source. It's just the way that the time's been displayed on screen. So now that we have the game time, game time is time since the level loaded. So then, right, the next question. So the next bit, this is what we're about to jump into, the end screen UI. So just looking at what we have there. So we've got the game time scene variable, right? So we need to have a saved variable, which is high score time. Just bear with me 1 minute. Okay, so what I need to do at the end screen is show the best time recorded to complete the game. So I'm just trying to think here. Display the best time recorded. Okay, I guess we can. I don't actually need to have. I don't actually need to have something in there like as a predetermined. This is the best score. Like I'm just going to have it in there to say. Like best time. And then. It will. It will just literally do some maths to say that's going to be really easy. Like you would have the game time and then you would have another time which would be a float scene variable. Sorry, a scene variable that's a float. And then you would set that. You would set that as the best time. And then you'd have something to say, I don't know, like set the best time as get the game time, set that as the best time. But there does need to be like a default in there because let's just actually what I want to do, I want to play it and I want to actually watch the scene variable. I want to see how much it adds up because then I will know what value to put in. Right, so if I go here onto my scene variable. Right, can you see that float's adding up, guys? Bottom left, the game float. Are you watching that? 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Right, so basically we just need to have a float, and if we just have it as like 60, then that would be like 1 minute. So I guess we could copy the code we've got in the timer here and that's what we would display. So yeah, so at the moment when that hits 60, that will go up to 1. There we go. Okay, that's fine. I was panicking for no reason. Okay, so we can have a predetermined variable with a time there. Okay, right, so what we're going to do... in here, so we've got game time. Oh, no, sorry, this needs to be... this needs to be a saved variable, so it persists through the application closing. So it's always there, basically. It doesn't get erased. So we're going to call this as best time. And this is going to be a float. If I have the best time, I don't know, if we set that as 3 times 60 is 1. Actually, yeah, let's just have that there, 120. So that's 2 minutes. Because I'm going to basically, we need to let the time clock run. If I change that to 60 instead, we're saying 1 minute is the best time. So if the player took longer, so we can watch the in-game time, and the moment that it overlaps, we can then pass through the complete game trigger, and then we can see if the maths correctly overwrites that time. So we basically wait 1 minute 5 seconds, go through to complete the game, and then we should have that best time being correctly displayed. And then what we would do is do the same test again, but just run straight through it and see if it correctly sets that time. And then we play it again, and then just check that the best time is recorded correctly. So sorry, I keep getting messages, guys, bear with me. Okay. Right, so let's... Right, best time. Okay. I should give this a caption, really, shouldn't I? So we're going to say at game... the HUD timer. Okay. Right, so that's done. We have the saved variable there. Right, so what do we need to do now? We need to create the hold on. One thing we haven't tested. If I pause the game. Oh, it does work. Oh, fantastic. The clock is actually paused. Because when I first was playing around with this, it wasn't... Guys, I'm so happy. That is the most simplistic way to just... Oh my god. I'm so happy that's working. I was really worried about the time. Just... I'm so happy that that little function here, get time since last level load. Okay, right. We've got the scene variable with the high score. Let's create our game object for win the game. And this is just going to be a temporary... So let's see if I've got something cool, like a relic or something. A little pot. um... What is the size of that? I want like a goblet or something. That's too. That doesn't fit the art style, unfortunately. That'd be pretty cool. Let's have a look at the heavy outline. It's just basically going to be like a little treasure item. I think the bulbous one looks a bit better. I like the light out. Sorry, I got something in my throat. Oh my god. Jesus. Hot damn. Wrong hole. Oh my god. Do I like the one with no outline? I feel like if it doesn't have an outline, not sure about the outline, you know. When it's got no outline, it just looks more... I mean, we can always change this. We can always swap it back out if it doesn't feel like it... When it's placed in the scene, if it looks out of place, we can always adjust the sprite. Right, so the time's been correctly displayed. So I'm going to do this as a trigger because it's not going to be a pickup. It's going to stay there, but when the player touches it, it will end the game. So I'm going to create an empty and call it level complete. And then we're going to create a sprite, and this will be called just treasure. And then we're going to go back in there, click on the treasure game object, and just basically drag this up to there. And where is my game object? It's right there. So what we need to do, oh my god, it's so small. So small. Right, let's set the scale to... What scale did I set the coins to? Sorry, hold on. We'll call this sprites and put that one on there, and the offset so at the minute it's there. That's a good size actually. I quite like that scale. That's a realistic kind of size. Right, so the position of this, if I just do 0, whoa. If we do 0 maybe. Okay, so okay, so that's correctly snapping to grid. So if we on the Y, sorry, on the X, oh, 0.5, perfect. Okay. So now when we move that, it snaps perfectly to grid, and that is, if I just click off of there, oh my gosh, perfect. Okay. Right, so the parent folder, so this is just holding it, it's just acting as the folder. The treasure has the sprite, which looks great. So now what we need to do, on the treasure itself, we need to add a 2D collider. And we'll say that's a trigger. So 0.5, 0.5. The offset is going to be 0.5, 0.5. And then if we do the size to be 0.6, 0.7, 0.7, and then on the Y, if we just make that 0.4. Oh, that's excellent. How's that, guys? That is pretty much dead on. I might actually make that bigger, the box collider. Because you have to remember the player's box, guys, is there. So you kind of want the character to stop at like here. So we're going to make that, I don't know, 0.8 maybe? 0.9 is good. And the height's correct as well. I might make that 0.9 as well, actually. And then shift that up on the Y by 1. There we go. So we have the trigger on. So that is our end game object. And I've put it under the trigger, guys, because it's not going to be a pickup. It's not going to destroy when it's collected. Like, that's just the win state for the game. So we'll say when the player when the player collides with that, we will pause the game and draw the widget. Sorry, oh my god, I'm calling it widget. We'll draw the UI menu. So we will need to add some code to that. So if I just click on the treasure, and we're going to add script machine component, and it's going to be new, so this is going to be Visual Script, and we'll call this level complete. Level complete handles the draws the level complete UI to screen, and that's it really, on collision with player. So draws the level complete UI to screen on collision with the player. Let's get rid of those. Okay, so that's that. So now we can jump into the juicy bits, which is going to be the UI and what's its chops. I'm so happy I've sorted out that timer. I spent so long trying to look for different ways to do that, and I fixed that bug. Like, it makes me so happy doing these little things, because they're all fine-tuning things that are kind of game breaking, especially if you want to have like a new wave for the player, like a new attempt should display a new time. I'm just so happy that's all working. Okay, so we have our end game trigger for the win state. So now we need to design the UI for it. So the end screen, I'm just going to have a main menu and a quit button. If the player dies, that one is going to have retry, main menu, quit game. So let's jump into it. So at the moment on the canvas we have the HUD and we have the pause menu. So I think what I'm going to do, if I just take the pause menu, if I just copy that and then just modify it. So if I copy that and we're going to call this level complete menu. I know it's a bit long, but keeping everything consistent with where they're named. You know, like where I've got level complete here as the trigger. It just makes sense just to have it all there. If I zoom out, I'm going to remove the current variables on there. We need to remove the script machine, and we need to add a new one. So we're going to add a script machine, and this is going to be, oh, hold on a minute. I've got level complete as the trigger. If I just have this as level complete menu, level complete menu, that's good. Right, okay, and then level complete menu handles the UI for level complete menu and displaying relevant information and statistics. Boom, baby. Right. So now we've got this up. If we just check here, we haven't got any variables at the moment associated to this script graph. Right, so this is going to have a few different things here. So I'm going to just shrink down this just while we're designing it. So we have dim game. Basically, the dim game is just a black panel. So as you can see on the right hand side there, where we've got the game, if I, basically it's just a black overlay that kind of dims the gameplay environment, and it makes the UI stand out. So it's quite not. I think it's quite nice how it does that, because sometimes things can get like lost in the, you know, if it you don't want it getting mixed in with the game environment, because there's a lot of colour and stuff there. So just by having a black panel or a dim effect, it works quite nicely. Okay. So we have a resume button. So we only want 2 buttons here. So I'm going to get rid of the resume button, and we're going to these are literally the same actually, main menu and quit. So main menu and quit. So now what we need to do, we now need to display the information. So we're going to have time taken, we'll have time taken, score, and then best time. So I'm just trying to think how to do this. If I go into my thing down here, well, I like that little arrow. That might be quite cool. So in this box here, I could have it showing time taken, and then we could use this because it's got a nice little I don't know if that would fit actually, if it's a bit too much. Maybe we could just have the red. I just want to test something quickly, guys. Oh, that's interesting. Why didn't that show? Oh, it's going to be the exact same size. That's why I can't see it. Oh man, I love the music. I love the music. I'm so grateful to all these amazing people in the world that provide these assets for free. Like it really is so generous and kind. Really is. So grateful. Right, let's hold on. Why is oh that's because I turned it off. Okay, right. So I think what I want to do is keep this spacing here. And what I'll do with the panel is I will increase the scale of that to say maybe 0.2. If I do point, how big is that? Oh, that's almost too big. Let's just have it as 0.3. So we've got the main button and the quit button. So main button. Why have I gone blank all of a sudden? One sec, let me just check my sugars. Oh, sugars are fine. Yeah, okay, cool. Right, sorry. Let's go back to that. Okay, so we've got dim game, we've got the panel, we've got the two buttons. So if I just temporarily move those down, go to my project UI. Right, so we want to... Sorry, I need to go back to the other one. I just need to check what I did with the other one. I do apologise, guys. How did I do settings? Okay, I'll tell you what, I'm just going to copy that actually because it has everything I need. So if I just copy that, and then if I go back to the level, canvas, level complete, can I just paste that in there? So this is going to be time taken. If I adjust that, that is going to affect the text. We don't want that, so maybe it should be what it was actually. We could have something at the top to say level 1 complete. Maybe we could have that in yellow. Let's copy that colour. I feel that needs a box or something. Maybe we could use this panel here. Similar to how we had the panel for Let me do that actually. Hmm. Hmm. I feel that yellow doesn't fit. I feel like it takes away the the button's kind of prominence, if you like. Um, hmm. Mm, maybe we could try one of these little frames we've got. Maybe I could try this button frame. Let's try the button frame. And then if I temporarily take that out and if I do 3.8 maybe. .9. That looks that actually looks dead center to the rest of it, to be honest. Right, now we can put that back in there. Okay, let's try and shrink the 13. That looks good. We just want that to be equal text, equal space either side. What is that going up to? Right, so I need to zoom in, guys. Zoom, zoom, zoom. I like everything being like equal space and stuff. It's good to be like that, because the eye, you will notice things. If things aren't like perfectly aligned, you will notice it. Let's try 44. That looks good. Level 1 complete. Oh, nice. I like that. That's nice. Changing it out instead of the mini background, which we've currently got in use for the controls menu. I quite like that. It's a nice little mini frame for the level. It separates that from the rest of the buttons. They've all got their own individual style. It doesn't kind of conflict or distract, I don't think. I'm happy with the spacing. Right, so we have the level complete text there. So the time taken. So essentially, time taken. What would you... I'm just going to query this just for some options, because I'm pretty sure I had that in one other game I made. Completion time's a nice one, isn't it? Let's try completion time. Completion time? Yeah, I think I'll stick with that, completion time. Right, so the level complete text. I'm going to order these. In the order they appear on the UI, so it doesn't get too confusing. I'm enjoying this, guys. I like designing the UI and trying to present things in a nice way to the player. 2 hours into the stream. Right, so we have time or if I just say completion time. Completion time. And then if I put txt next to it, we know that that's just for the text. And then I'm going to copy that, and we're going to call this completion time var. So that will be the variable that we're grabbing. And then I wanted to see. I don't know. I mean, the pointy arrow is like, I just feel it's cheesy. I don't feel it suits the style. If the other panels had something similar, maybe, but let's see. Oh, let's see. Well, that looks nice. Why has it got that outline? Okay, so you need to set the text of the TextMesh Pro. So the completion time is going to be the time. So let's just are we going to have it white? I think we could have it white. Okay. All right, let's just get the rest of the things in there. Now, we know that the text for these is probably, the box might not need to be that big, but to keep consistency with the design and the shape of the boxes and the panels, it might be nice to keep these boxes the same, maybe the same size. So what we're going to do, we are going to select these two and we're going to shift them. So essentially we want them to kind of be roughly in the middle of this big button, and we can kind of gauge that by the amount of the box panel hanging off the edges there. So that's roughly about right. So now if we bring that up, that's pretty good, isn't it? Just looking at the space at the top here to the space at the bottom there, just making sure again that the spacing around where I've placed the UI panels and things, it looks consistent. So if things don't look like they have equal spacing, it just looks a bit rubbish. So now what we're going to do, we're going to expand the panel to try and compensate for the extra size of those boxes we've just put in. So let's try 0.4, 2, 3. That looks good, doesn't it? If we do 4, it's almost a bit too much space. I like that. I feel that's a nice amount of space on the left and the right hand side there. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we are going to copy the completion time and the text, and we're going to then drag those down and rename those for the time taken. Sorry, apologies, the score. So I'm going to copy, I'm just going to save the project actually. I'm going to copy and paste and just put those beneath there. And we're going to call this maybe final score. Final score, maybe? That looks about equal. Final score? Or just score? Completion time, level score. Total score. Completion time, total score. Total score doesn't sound right because this is like one level. Point count. You could then have another one to say total score. But there's only going to be one level of this, so it's kind of like, well, what do you do? Like, do you completion time, level score? If I just have it as level score, actually, I think that's good. Level score, completion time, level score. I'm not sure about the. There's quite a bit of a gap between. There's quite a bit of a gap there, isn't it, on the word? I think I'm going to make it so... that's a bit better, isn't it? It was just a bit too spaced apart, a bit too much. Okay. Level score text. I don't need to adjust the word spacing on that because level score text, level score variable. Okay, completion time, level score. Okay. What would be cool is if the player gets like a new score, if we could kind of set that to be yellow. That would be quite cool because then it distinguishes between your bog standard white coloured information. Okay, so completion time, level score, and then we need to have record time. So, oh my god. Right, time taken. Yeah, or completion time. Score. Right, so best time. It would be cool if we could have like a little yellow, actually a yellow asterisk or something. Right, let's just minimize those. So we want to copy these. And then move it down. And we're going to call this, what we're going to call this? This is going to be, I'm going to call it record time. I like that, record time. Right. Okay. Right, so now that we've got those in, best time, have saved variable, so saved, the best time would go in there. Best time, have a saved variable, best time, yeah. Okay. Main menu and quit. The buttons are in there. Okay, so let's just sort this UI. So what we're going to do, we are going to shrink the panel. Oops. Let's try 0.25. And then if we get the buttons, move those up. And then if we get all of this, right, I think we can shrink the panel a little bit more. Let's try 0.23. Those buttons are so big in comparison. But that is the button size we've had throughout the whole thing, so I don't really want to change that. Um, hmm. It's like if you make that too big. Um, I don't really want to make this the same size as that, or else it's going to be quite a big. It's going to be quite a big panel. I mean, these are about the same interior of this raised button, roughly. Right, let's shrink the panel a tad more. Hey bro, welcome to the stream. Thanks for tuning in. How are you today? Welcome, welcome. I think that looks good. Just trying to make sure that spacing of the level 1 complete is similar to the bottom bit. Oh, nice. Not the biggest screen. Not the biggest screen for seeing something like this, but it's good enough, isn't it? Let's undo that one and see if we move this information. Okay, I quite like that. I think that's nice. The spacing around all components, like the information in the centre's got equal spacing between there and there. Obviously, on the right hand side, that's going to display the variables. I quite like the idea that if the player's completion time is better than the record time, we would set that text to be yellow. I quite like that because then it's like in a lot of games, if the player beats the best time, it normally has like a little 3-letter thing to say RCD or BST for like, you know, like to symbol they've beaten the time. I quite like the idea of just having it turn yellow, so maybe or having like a little yellow asterisk. Maybe, I'm not sure. Let's code up the item that is the trigger. So if we get that done, and then we can draw up the UI, and we can actually see the variables getting set and just see how it actually looks with that data in there. And if we need to increase the size of the variable text, because the red panel side is going to be the variable information. So let's go into the code, and the pause menu has the same button, so I can just copy the code for that. So we need to make the object variable. So I'm just going to copy this and click on the level complete. Let's make those object variables. So we need to have main menu button, game object, and then quit button, game object. Right, so I'm on the level complete. So where we've got the main menu button, we are just going to drag that across to the game object reference or value, and then the quit button of the level complete goes onto there. And then if I go back to the code, we will just make sure that that's now correctly working. So that should now work. So those are the two buttons done. Now what we need to do is, I believe we need to have a scene variable. So we've got the pause menu UI. We're going to need to have a game object for we're going to need a game object for the level complete UI. So we got it called pause menu on the HUD, but on the variable it's pause menu UI, pause menu UI, level complete menu. Okay, alright. Let's just copy that text there. We're going to make a scene variable. We'll call it level complete menu UI, and this is going to be a game object, and I'm just going to shift this up there. So level complete UI, and if I just scroll down to that, we are going to get this and drag that to there. So that is the that is, yeah, that's going to be there. So, canvas, I don't think the canvas has, is there something, ah yes there is, okay, right, let's copy that, so, level complete, so we're going to say, ooh, the level, where is it? Level complete, oh, it's sorted it alphabetically. So level complete menu UI is going to be, it's going to be inactive, okay? So then what we need to do, let's just put these over there. I think we're going to actually need to have the code within here because we need to set the text. So if I just show you, the pause menu doesn't actually show anything, but for oh, where have we got it that's set in text? I think it's within the other thing, guys. Right, hold on a minute. We need to make... Okay, hold on. We need to make some more variables here. Right, these are going to be object variables. So at the moment we have main menu and we have the quit button. So those should be functioning. We need to add these three variables. So you see we've got the completion time, level score, record time. So we're going to be creating, you see these three game objects here. We're going to create three variables, object variables, for that. If I just quickly actually test, because I've set the complete menu UI to be off, like inactive, if we just save the game and test that that is indeed off. I love my little female warrior. She's so cool. Okay, so three variables, and what are we going to call these? We'll call it completion time. TXT, because the reason I've put the TXT there is so that I know that's what I'm going to be setting. So we'll get the game, make that game object reference, completion time text, and then we're going to have level score text, and then we will have record time text. Game object, they're all game objects, okay? So now we've got those on the right hand side under the variables. What we're going to do is get the, oh my god. Right, so completion time text. Right, so it's going to be the time variable, completion time variable. So completion time text is going to be that completion time variable. I should rename that actually to variable. It is the text we're changing, but it's actually the variable part of that panel, if you like. Right, so we've got the completion time variable, and then we're going to get the level score variable, and then we'll get the record time variable. So now we've linked up those three panels, the three red panels here. We've created the variables that are linked up to those. So now we can actually call those in the script machine or script graph, and we can set the text in there. Okay, so oh my god, so much to do. When the player clicks main menu, we also want to set that inactive. So let's just, so if player, why is something in the kitchen beeping? Okay, so quit closes the game. On here, when we click the main menu, we are basically hiding the level complete UI. Okay, so save that. Boom. Right. So next challenge is I like that. I like that. I'm not sure if I need to add a tiny bit more space to the... I might actually, you know what? I'm going to make that a tad bigger. So on the x-axis. That's better. It was just a bit too claustrophobic. Sometimes when things are a bit too together... Actually... There we go. That's better. You don't want it to be too spacious. You don't want it to be too tight. Okay? Okay, right, so we've got the spacing correct. Right, so now what we need to do is we need to set the text. So I'm going to be hopping between two scenes to look at the code, because we need to get the Text Mesh Pro. So I'm just basically going to copy the code that I've already done for a different scene. So I think the settings script. There we go. No. No. Nope. What panel is it where I've got the setting the Text Mesh Pro? Oh, it's fine. I don't need to do that in here. That's fine. Right, let's go back to the other scene then. Maybe it's in here. No, it's not. It's going to be on the canvas. There you go. Set text. Okay, so set text, that's all we need to do. Right, so let's go to the level complete menu. We're going to get our completion time. We're going to get the game object. Set text. But it's Text Mesh Pro. Set text. Okay, and then this is essentially gonna happen at the start. I know it's gonna be inactive, but no, it's gonna be on event. It's gonna be event, isn't it? Oh, dude. Event active, maybe? Hold on a minute. Have I got this? Pause menu UI. Level complete. Oh, okay. What we'll do then, we'll do this as a custom event. And then what we can do is when we're in the player, or sorry, when the player collides, we'll have it so the player collide. We'll create the event and the player collide. So when they collide with the trigger of the win game object, we will at that point we'll enable the win game UI, and in the same line of code, we will trigger the custom event we're about to code. Got it. Oh, take care. I think you were Mike, weren't you? If I remember. Thanks for tuning in, dude. Glad you think so. This is like we're almost kind of. I like to say around the 85% complete mark. Well, yeah, about 85, because once I've coded this this win game, like it's pretty much done. And then what I need to add in is a lose game UI. And then I need to get the wall jump mechanic programmed. I need to get the what was the other thing? Moving platforms. Like there's not a lot left. I think I can have this finished in 2 weeks' time. So it's coming along really well. I'm really happy with the progress, and I'm really excited to do the level layout. So at the moment, as you've seen on the streams, it's all been kind of just a test zone, basically. I like to leave the actual positioning and placement of everything at the last bit, because it's important to get all the game mechanics functioning. But yeah, thanks for tuning in, dude, and I will see you in the next stream, whenever that will be. I'm going to be streaming all day today, pretty much. I'll take a stop for dinner, but I will be streaming throughout the course of today. So if you tune back in later, I'll see you then. If not, stay safe, take care. Right, let's create a custom event. And we're going to call this... nice. Is that a component? I'll have to look into that. Moving platform effector. I'll make a note of that. Moving platform effector. Thanks, dude. I'll make sure I look into that. Take care, man. Stay safe. Right, so this custom event is going to be setting... We'll just call it set text. That's what it's doing. Setting the text. Okay, let's fit it nicely in there. Right, so we're getting the completion time. We're getting that game object variable and we're setting the text of it. And the text of that is going to be... That's the question, isn't it? It's going to be... Dude, where did I put that time? It should be a scene variable. Game time. Yeah, get the game time. Silly Billy. Right, so it's a scene variable. Why is the player's score... is the player's score not a... Is it an object variable? Oh, that's fine. What I can do is I can just make that a game object and get it. Or actually, is the player... We'll just make a scene object for the player. I thought I had one already, but that's not a problem. Let's go back into the level complete. So what we're doing here, we are getting the game time variable. Oh my god, I just realised what we need to do. We're going to have to copy... We're going to have to copy the code for the way that is displayed. If I just show you the bit we're going to have to copy, it's this here. Oh my god. Bro. Oh my god. We've got to copy that code just to do that, just to display it correctly. Jesus. Oh god. Oh my god. That is insane. Okay, right. Let's just paste that over here. Right. Set text. Text Mesh Pro. I mean, technically, it would be the UGUI, wouldn't it? Okay, so I don't need this. I don't need that. Oh my god. Get the game object. Oh my god. Game, right, scene, yeah, game time, okay. Dude, like, how can you even make that look good? It's... there isn't really a tidy way of doing this, is there? There just isn't. Unless you plug that there. this. If I get rid of that and put that there, why has it got? Why are you yellow? Is that because you're not plugged in yet, mate? Is that why you're yellow? Why are you yellow? Why are you being yellow, dude? That's got me a little bit worried. Let's just try that one. So we're setting the text of completion time variable. And then the next one we need to do is get the level score. And again, we're going to be setting the text of that. See, why is that? Right, okay. This one's not gone. Maybe it's because I've not plugged it in yet. Why is it yellow, bro? That's the same code as the other area for the HUD. So we're setting the text of the completion time variable there. Right, so now the level score variable, we need to dive into the player. You know what? I'm just going to make this an object variable because it's literally just for this graph. So I'm going to call it the player. Player score. There, and then we're going to get so it's an object variable and we're going to be getting the score. That's a bit annoying, isn't it? That is a little bit annoying. Oh my god. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Pain in the arse, but oh my god. Right, where is the... Hold on, if I just go into the if I go into the prefabs, have I done it on the player graph? Coin pickup. So it's in there. So object, get variable, set variable. Okay, so if I just double check the score, update score. Update score. Score text. Okay, alright, so it's all done in here then. So all I need to do is change that score. I just need to change that score integer to a scene variable. So yeah, okay. Okay, alright. So we're in the scenes at the moment, just checking the other variables we've got. So it's going to be an integer. So if I move this up, and I'll put it before the health bar. Okay, so right, okay. So what we're going to do here, we're just going to change this to scene. Oh, it's already done it. So scene, 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 scene. So scene. And then I should... There isn't anything else in here that is... that's literally just for updating the score. So that should be correct. So now... on the object variable, I can remove the score. So we're going to have hang time score text. Yeah, perfect. Okay. Right, so now that that's done, let's just quickly test that that's working. So if I run into a couple of pickups, perfect. Okay, so now I can access that variable. And we'll plug that into there. So we set the text to whatever the score variable is, and then we get our record time, and plug that into there. Get the record time, plug that into there, and then we get our saved best time variable, and that is what gets displayed in there. But we're going to be having, there will be a branch. So at the moment, what we can do is, what's going to happen, so this custom event is controlling the, it's setting the text for the completion time, the level score, and it's basically going into those object variables which I set up for those text boxes, and then it's basically targeting the TextMesh Pro, and it's saying set the text of that based on whatever's plugged into it. So for the time, I know it's quite long, but that is how it correctly displays. It basically gets the variable and breaks it down into a correct format that we want it to be displayed as. And that's why that's so long for that section. And then the same for the other two game objects, the level score box and the record time box. Specifically the red ones here, the red boxes, the red panels. So the score's getting done as that, and then the record time. So we basically, at this point, we basically need to say if, we may as well get that done now actually. So set the text, two buttons do what they need to do. Let's just save the game. Oh, I'm a little bit nervous. I haven't really tested this in action. Right, let's get the branch in. This is what pisses me off, right? I have literally selected these three. You would think if I'm holding shift and left click, it would deselect that specific block of text. Bearing in mind, I'm using an older version of Unity, because that's part of the criteria at college, university. I can't. That's such a pain in the arse. Okay. So at this stage, we're going to have an if branch in here. Okay. And what this is going to do, guys, it's going to do a check. So if the It's basically going to be checking the player's score. Sorry, the player's time against the record time. If it's greater, then that's what will be displayed in the box. So I made a note of this to myself earlier. Sorry, bear with me, guys. Okay. So we are going to be I'm going to move that up actually. Okay, so the game time is what's getting put in the completion time. But as for the best time box, the record time box, we're basically going to be comparing the game time to the best time. Okay, so we're going to get the game time and we're going to get the best time. This is where it gets fun. Okay, because what we're going to be doing here, if the player's time it's also going to set that time as well. So what we're doing here is a comparison, okay? We're going to be checking, is the game time is the game time less why is that jiggling about? Why are you jiggling about, dude? I want you tucked nice and neat there. So it's going to be, is that float variable, is it less? So is it quicker than the best time? So is that less or equal? No, it needs to be less or equal. Would you do that? Is it less or equal? Yeah, it would be less or equal. Bro, why was that just wiggly? There we go. Is A, so is that, is the game time, is A less or equal to B? If it is, why can't you be a straight line, dude? Oh, why can't that be straight, dude? Oh, the one thing I hate about Unity's visual script, oh, it just winds me up so much. If the game time right. Okay, let's bring this down. Right, so if the game time sorry, I just need to pop some sweets. I feel my sugars are dropping. Bear with me, guys. Okay. Um. Oh my god, we need to go even higher. It jiggles around so damn much. Oh, bro. Uh, variable. Okay. Hold on a minute. Set the record time to that, and also in that same instance, we're also going to be setting. No, hold on a minute. Yeah, we are going to be setting the best time. So in the instance that the game time is less than the best time on save file, we're going to set the best time to whatever the best. Sorry, we'll set the best time to whatever the game time was. So why can't those be aligned? Dude. Game time. And then set the best time variable to that. Dude, why do you not straighten up? Like, honestly, bro, it is so frustrating that those lines. Oh my god. Oh, dude, it just winds me up. It is nowhere near as good as Unreal Engine's blueprint straightness and tidiness. So irritating. Oh, hold on a minute. Ugh. We got an orange line and a green line. I like that. Nice. Okay. I guess this is the moment of truth, isn't it? I'm also gonna set the color of it. I'm gonna try and set the color. GUI. Let's just try it, guys. Let's try it. We're going to set the color. Wow, there is a lot of options here. Is it going to be set color? No, it's the vertex color, isn't it? Vertex color. Vertex color. Vertex color. Well, that's interesting. Why does it not come up? Huh. Interesting. Okay. So the best time. Okay, well, we can... What we can do is we can copy that. Set the text. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm going to shift that across. We're going to set the text and set the color and then set the variable. And that plugs into that. Right, so the color of it, I'm going to copy the exact color of that. So let's just copy that hex code. Okay, that text is FFF, so the other one should be the same. FFF, 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 FFF. I'm nervous. Right, so we have, so if the player beats the best time, then that's the time we show. We set the colour to yellow to represent they've beat the time, and we update the best time variable to whatever the game time was. But if the time is normal, we display the best time variable. Okay, I believe my pedigree chums. That is all we need to do. I'm just wondering. That's a lot of code. I haven't tested that yet, but that should work. I'm quite excited to test that, to be honest. Right, so now what we need to do, we need to get a event trigger for the player entering the treasure item that I put in the game. And that will need to pause the game, draw the... It's basically going to copy the code of the pause menu. So let us, not lettuce the vegetable, let us. Let's test it, guys. I'm excited. I'm really, really excited. So we need to call that custom event set text. I'm really excited about this. I'm really quite excited. I've spent 3 hours 26 doing this, and obviously at the start of the stream we were fixing the time, and we've got the whole variable, and we've actually got a better time than before. So what we need to do is, if we go into the player, oh, hold on, have I put in a code for the trigger? I should have. Yes, we do. Excellent. Okay. It's so small. The game scene is so small, it's mad. Right, temporarily we're going to put it here. So we jump up. Oh, actually, no, I'll just keep it on the floor where it was. Okay, so that's the trigger. So we need to go into the player's thing for where we put in the pause menu. And it's going to be on trigger enter. So if I copy this, go into the treasure code, and then, oh my god, on trigger enter 2D. So when the player we need to get the tag. Why have I copied global health? Don't need that, thank you. Okay. Right, so when the player enters the trigger of the treasure, providing it's the player, we then we need to do the custom event as well, which was, oh my god, bro, custom event set text. Okay, when the player enters the trigger, the game is paused and the level complete UI is drawn to HUD and turned active with custom event setting statistics in text boxes. Perfect. Okay, save that. So that is the treasure done here. And then on here, I just wanted to encapsulate all of this text. Jesus Christ. So that's for the win game state, guys. All of this code is for the winning the game. So Perfect. Guys, it's the moment of truth. It's the moment you've all been waiting for. Playtest. I can't see any errors happening with this code. I have been very thorough with my coding. I'm a little bit concerned why they're yellow. I'm not sure why that is. Everything's plugged in. If it means we just need to change it out for just Text Mesh Pro, then we can do that. But that particular box is already in use in a separate script graph, so I'm not sure why it's yellow. Shall we do a playtest? So what we're testing is this screen. So I'm quite excited for this, actually. If we play it from the top, I'm nervous. Right. We are waiting for the time to get to 70 seconds. When it's hit 70 seconds, we'll pass through the item. And what we're expecting to see is the player's time, score, and the and the high score. I've just realised that the best time hasn't been formatted. Missing target object. Oh, I know what it is. I know what the problem was. Right. I know what the problem was. Canvas. I've also noticed something else, because the best time, we're displaying the game time, but the best time, we haven't got that code copied. So let me just quickly copy that. Jesus Christ. It's going to have to be the same. Oh my God. Right, so we need to drag in the, we need to readjust the game object for those sliders, the text, sorry. It's because I selected the whole game object and I didn't actually specifically get the text object. That's why we're getting that error. Right, so I need to copy. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Right, so if it's game time going in, Right, so that's for game time. So if I just copy that again, because we're going to need it for the other one. I know this is a hefty bit of code, but it's what is needed to correctly display everything. So the string replace plugs into float to string. Okay. Okay, hold on. Get the game time. Yep. Okay, so that will go up to there. This bit goes up here. So the string replace, that plugs into TextMesh Pro, and then the bit coming off of that goes into the orange of the TextMesh Pro. Oh! Oh, hold on. So, complete variable. Hold on. Game time. Just the breaking down of it. We're targeting that. So if the game time is less than that, boom, set the game time in a record box. Okay. Right, so now we need to copy the code that I copied down here. We need to bring that up here. And this is basically going to go similar to how the top one works, very, very similar. We're going to plug in the false to the float to string, and this time we're getting the best time. So it's saved and it's best time. Okay, and then get rid of that one, and we move this to the end. Bring that down. That goes in there. That goes in there. Okay, and then we'll bring that back. Big ass bit of code, guys, but it does what we need it to do. It's a very big bit of code. It's enormous. Oh my god. It's almost as big as the system settings UI that I did the other day. Okay. That should now work, and what we need to do quickly is just reassign the game objects variables in here. So where we've got these, what we need to do is open the level menu, and where we've got the game time var, so what have we got? Completion time var. So if I go in here, I need to target that. So completion time var would be that. Did you see that? It just updated in the line. You see the yellow tops of the things there. Let's do the same for the level score var. When I plug this in, you're going to see those yellow tops disappear. It should have done. And then record time var. Why did that not update? Oh, it has. I just had to save it. Oh, oh no, 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 no. What's going on there? Why are you in there? Come out. Stay away from this code. Stay away. Okay, right. This is the moment of truth, guys. So I've correctly set up the TextMesh Pro to be targeted. That was a problem before. And everything should display correctly. So now we're going to play test it. We'll do it from the top. So what we're expecting is when the timer has gone to 70 seconds, we're expecting the total game time to be shown, the score, and what else? And the best time. Now, if I completed the game before 1 minute, it would update that time. So we're doing two tests here. At 70 seconds, it should show 60 or 1 minute as the best time. So we're just waiting. We're enjoying the music. Okay. Okay, well, it's displaying the time. That's 1 out of 3. Why is it not doing the rest? So that's the time's doing it correctly. Right, let's look into the score. Why is the score not doing what it needs to do? Why are you not displaying the score then? Um, There we go. Right, that should have fixed the score being shown correctly now. I wasn't converting. That stuttering is going to be fixed, guys. That's a bug fix I need to do. Oh! Bro! It's worked! Oh my god! No way! Dude. Right, 1798. If I go onto the float, it should say 17.98. 17.98. Oh. Okay. It's not updated it there. Let's try that again. So let's get a time of 20 and we're expecting 17.98. It's remembered it. Okay, so now if I get 15, so what happened there? If I was to beat that time and do 15, that would be yellow. And you can see there, bottom left, the best time float's been updated. You see there? The variable at the bottom left. So if I now get 15 seconds as the time, it will be yellow because the text is a new value. So it's kind of like visual feedback for the player to know that they've kind of beat the best time. Oh, dude. Dude! I love it. Oh, it's I programmed that. That all worked. That all worked. Obviously, there was one problem where the first time I tested this after spending a couple of hours on the UI, because I didn't have this integer to string, that's why it was only displaying the score first time. So the other two fields weren't getting filled because it wasn't able to get past this line of code to actually do those. So there was nothing wrong with this section of the code here. That was working fine. It was literally just there. I need to put it down as a bug test, guys. So this was, what was this? Level complete UI. Game time displayed correctly, but score and best time didn't. Issue was the second part of code relating to the score. It didn't added an integer to string function for the score to be displayed correctly, allowing rest of code flow to function. That was a good test. Okay, so what was the best time on record? I've kind of lost track. Actually, let's save it. Let's save it, guys. Right. If I get above 1 minute, it's going to be white because I can't beat that time. So if I get under 1 minute 36, there we go. Oh, guys, I'm so happy with this. I'm so happy with this. Oh, dude. That's really rewarding. Right, let's just reset the saved variable for the best time. I'm going to put that back to 60 seconds. So 60 seconds is going to be the record time. Okay. That is such a big ass bit of code. But that handles all of the data being displayed at the that end screen there. So the first section is to do with displaying the player's time. The second bit is the player's score, which is just these 3 boxes here. And then this third bit is about the best time. So if the player doesn't beat the best time, we display the save file record. If they do beat the best time, we do this top line of code. So let's just play test that one more time. So I've reset the best time variable to be 1 minute. So if I play the game, if we wait for 1 minute 5 seconds, the score should display the player's score and the player's time and score, and then beneath that would be the 60 seconds on record. And then we can do another test. So if we play it again, if we get under the 1 minute, we should get updated on the save file. That is working. I'm so happy with that. Oops. Record time. Bro. I've reset it. Hold on. What's going on? Set it as 60. I don't know why it's doing that. I've literally just gone in and adjusted it. Let's exit. I'm going to close it and reopen it, see if that, maybe it's, I don't know, something to do with the cache. Dude, what the fuck? I'm wondering if where that's been saved, I'm wondering if there's an actual save file. Let me just see if I can I'm wondering if there's a folder where that's saved, because if I deleted that, then hopefully you would think project settings. I mean, it's working. I just need to figure out, because I'm obviously changing that variable there, so that should overwrite the best time. I don't know why it's... Because when I had this in the Unreal Engine, I could go into the project folder and I could actually delete off, like, I don't know, a save file that the game had generated. Let me just ask AI where I can find that. Player prefs. So they're called player prefs, apparently. I've got a file here called build player prefs. Okay, alright, I'm going to try something here. If I... if I get rid of that, let's see if that fixes it. Yes, that fixed it. It's very strange how... It's super strange. I'm just going to do that again. I'm going to remove the best time. Okay, so basically when it comes to exporting the game, I just need to make sure I delete that out and reset it. So let's do another playtest. We'll do it from the top. Right, settings, controls, new game. So we're going to wait until 60 seconds is up. We're going to wait until we get to 70 seconds game time. We will go through the object. That is meant to be the end game object, so it's like the treasure. So when we go into that, it should it should disappear. Sorry, it shouldn't disappear. What I meant, the scores should be correctly displayed. So we're waiting for 1 minute 10 seconds on the timer. And then what we're expecting to see is 1 minute 10 at the top, 750 on the score, and 60 or 1 minute on the best time. Plays testing at its finest. And there we have it. Our time is correctly displayed. Our score, as well as the record time on file, which I set as 60 seconds, which is 1 minute. So if I click main menu, if I now get a time, say 50 seconds, we're expecting the record time to be whatever the completion time is. Okay, so that will basically say 0050 00 roughly. So we're waiting for 50 seconds, guys. I love my character so much. It's so cool. TikTok. I may add a sparkly effect to the vase. It'd be pretty cool. Alright, get ready, guys. So we're expecting nice yellow text at the bottom. And there we have it. And then we could do one more test. So if we got, say, 52 seconds, that record time should remain there. So 50.24. So 50.24 is what we're expecting to see. So we're going to get higher than that value. Because I've set it so if the player beats the record time, it updates and stores that as the high record or best time record. Here we go. So it's 50.24. And there it is. Fully working, guys. Whoop whoop. Very happy with that. Very, very happy with that. And I love what I've done there with the colour. So if the high score's not beaten, it's just white. If the high score is beaten, it's yellow to indicate a new record time. So I'm very happy with that. Right. I can tick off the end screen, guys. All I need to do is a lose screen for if the player basically dies. But the thing is, they can't really die in the game because at the moment there's just a there isn't a die feature. It's kind of like, oh no, sorry, there is. There isn't one actually set up at the moment. There's like respawn times, so there's like a respawn points. You go through one. If you die, you get respawned at the respawn. But then the lose screen, I'm going to basically code it so if the time on the clock reaches 4 minutes and the player's not completed the game, then we'll bring up like a lose screen. And that will have 3 buttons like retry, main menu and quick game. So that's going to be a very simple screen, and I'm going to have it so kind of the screen fades to black So that's the last UI screen to do. But that whole end screen, that works perfectly fine. Like, really, really happy with that. We'll just do that one more time. So we can... Oh, shit. Right, I've just set a crazy ass finish time. Let me just redo that, guys. Bear with me. If we just go back into the code. Save variables, so best time. If I just delete that out and then put that back in and set that at 60. There we go. Okay. So let's do that from the top one more time. Then I'm going to stop for a break. And then I'll be back later to do some more work on this. So settings. We can adjust all the resolution and quality of the graphics. I don't think you can really tell the difference because everything is like pixel art, like super low detail, so I don't think you're really going to notice it, but this code does work. I've watched the code when I've been adjusting it in the scripting, so I know it does work. Right, so click back, go new game. So we know that's 60 minutes. We'll just do that test. Hold on, there we go. Right, so we'll do the test one more time. I can see we've got a new viewer, so welcome to the stream. So when this time gets to just over 1 minute, we will run through the vase, win the game, and it'll be good times, basically. And this is my checkpoint feature I was telling you about over here. And then we've got some collapsible platforms I made. And we've got a little lever puzzle, so they have to be done in a certain order. And then you get it right, the door opens. Right, so let's go back. Right, okay, now if I hit that, there we go, that default timer I put in there of 1 minute. So if I go main menu and go new game, if I was to beat the time of 1 minute, why are you not jumping, dude? So if we wait until just like half a minute maybe, and then we'll run through it. There you have it, guys. It's all working. I'm so happy with that. Right, I'm going to call the stream there because I need to eat and have a break. Oh my god, how have I been doing this for 4 hours, 15 minutes? That is insane. I don't know where the time goes. But you've seen me set that up. It's really, really happy with the layout. I think it's presented really nicely. It's just the spacing's been considered. The fonts, just everything. So really happy with that. At one point, I am going to add in like a little sound effect, so when the player clicks a button, that they get like a visual, an audio kind of cue. So you know, it's just feedback really for the player. I'll add that in at a later point. So what I've got left to do, I need to do the lose screen. So if the game's not completed in a certain time, then we pause the game. We basically like give the player the option to retry, go to the main menu, or quit the game. And that's going to be really easy to do. So when I'm back, I'll be back later this evening, maybe in about 2.5 hours time maybe. We'll get the lose screen done. I would like to get a power up done as well. I haven't decided on what kind of power up to do. There's things like I could do speed boost, feather fall. Like there's so many different power ups that you could do. So I need to decide on that. I mean, a score multiplier might be nice. Maybe, I'm not sure. And then yeah, so I'll do the lose screen when I'm back, and I'll do a power up. I would also like to get some moving platforms in, because a section of this game is going to have like just moving platforms. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed the stream, guys. It's been a fun one. We did 2 bug fixes this stream, I think, and smashed out the win game user interface menu. So that's all working. I'm so happy with that. If you enjoyed the stream, guys, do feel free to follow on Twitch. If you want to watch back some of my previous game dev streams, I've got a hell of a lot of them. They can be found on my YouTube channel. The panel is found below. Go there, subscribe, check it out if you want to. Thanks for joining me today, and stay safe, and I will see you in a few hours' time. Ciao.